Why, hello everyone and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Shebo. Today is Sunday, November 24th, 2024. Today should be the last stream of our current Shapez 2 series, because we are going to finish the tasks today. I will also note that I owe folks now 2 extended streams, because the other day I made a sale on Etsy using the share and save link, which yeah, that means that it counts towards extending the stream, because it was a sale through the Etsy share and save link system. And since it was for an amount between $20 and $30, I owe 2 extended streams by 1 hour each. Now, the key thing here, this being the final stream of this series, I am going to be playing until we finish, and that will be the end of the stream, give or take. Now, if that means this stream is only an hour and a half long, then so be it. But if we are over 3 hours and not quite at 4, I will attempt to extend it to the full 4 so that we count this towards the 2 that I owe. Regardless, when we come back for the following stream, which will be next week's Sunday, Sunday of next week, 1 week from now, because I will not stream on Tuesday and Thursday this coming week, just as a break in between game series. The next stream will be 4 hours to start the new series. So yeah, that's that. I've also tried to straighten the desk out again, so we're not quite as tilted up there as before. As it turns out, this front desk, I needed to push this one edge back more. So there's actually a lot less of a gap here between the 2 desks here, right here. This gap here, you know, the one that the cat has tried to fall through or has fallen through before. Yeah, this gap is a lot smaller now. This desk sits at an angle. It is at a diagonal on purpose so that the TV can sit a little bit more angled towards me. Because yeah, this guy right here, that one, that's a TV. It is, how big is it? It's like a 40-inch, something along those lines. More than. No wait, is it bigger? Is it 50? It's a 50-inch TV. I think it's a 50. I'd have to measure it again. I don't remember. It's old. It's an old 1080p TV at this point. Vizio. It's been working wonderfully the whole time I've had it, multiple years at this point. And it's been my 3rd monitor, pretty much. That's its purpose in life. It is my 3rd monitor. And it is the thing that I have my consoles hooked up to, so I can play video games on a TV. If I want to. When is the last time I did that? I don't know. I don't think I remember the last time I genuinely have used my consoles, my game consoles. It's been a while. It's been a long while. Also, the 3D printer is printing. I have sales. I am currently running a sale on Etsy and eBay for 25% off everything. If you are watching this and you would like to buy something from my eBay and my Etsy, if you order more than $15, then it is a better deal to use my discount code. That should be down below, because that would be for 30% off on orders of $15 or more, rather than rather than 25. It's slightly better. What's printing right now is a red, obviously, Super Nintendo cartridge storage tray. 10 slots. I've also sold the first one of these. Last night, order came through. The same person as what ordered that one, and a regular Nintendo cartridge tray. This is a 20 slot Sega Genesis cartridge storage tray. I've offered the 20 as an option for a little while, but I haven't had a sale of the 20 yet. I do hope that they were not mistaken and thought they were ordering 10 when they ordered this 20, because the other two I only offered 10 and not 20. But I'll find out. In less good news, I have now 2 orders that are being returned through eBay. One because the person bought the wrong item, and the other one, well, I have my suspicions. I think that they want a return so that they could get items on sale from an order that they placed before my sale. But they claim that they have changed their arrangement, so now the things that they bought, the 4 Nintendo Switch case trays, 10-slot versions, now they don't fit, so they're returning all 4 and have purchased 2 15-slot trays. So they're down 10 slots total, but now they're also getting my sale price for the 15-slot trays. I'm out the original shipping for both of these returns, by the way, because of how eBay does returns on orders with free shipping. I cannot deduct a restocking fee or anything to recoup my original shipping costs for those items, so I'm just out the cost for all returns. But they have to pay to return the items. They have to pay for the return shipping. So we'll see. They have like 3 weeks each to return the items, and well, that first one, which was a very small sale anyway, where a person bought a 5-slot Nintendo Vita case tray. They thought Nintendo Vita, PlayStation Vita tray. They saw PlayStation and they saw tray and they didn't see the word Vita, and they didn't see the picture where it clearly said PlayStation Vita, where it clearly says Vita up here on their 5-slot tray that they ordered. So they're like, oh, this doesn't fit my full-size PlayStation games, which is a different tray entirely. It's my video game tray, because, you know, those are these PS4 and, you know, PS5 and 3. They're all DVD width. These are DVD cases. These may look blue. These may look blue. These are DVD thickness. They're Blu-ray height. They're DVD thickness. It's like, okay, sure. Sure. Your order where you paid $10 and where I paid like over $4 for the commercial shipping price, over $4 to send out this item. Yeah, you're gonna now have to pay, I think it's over $5 for the retail shipping to send it back, and you're only gonna get 10 back. And I'm out the original shipping cost, and they're out the shipping back to me. So the only one making out in this deal is USPS. We'll see if they decide to go through with it, because it's like they're losing half their money by shipping back the original item because of their mistake. We'll see if they feel like it. If they feel like going to the post office just to make back like $5, if that, at any point before like December 3rd, I think, or something like that. It's the date for the first one. The second one, though, I am anticipating that they will send it back. Their order of 4 items. We'll see. It's unfortunate because, yeah, I would be very upset had they like set their thing to return the items that they bought just to buy the same items that they got to try to like make use of my sale. The difference in price that they would have gotten was 5%, which would have been less than the cost to ship the items back. Oops. But they changed what items they were buying. They bought technically less than before, so it's like whatever at this point. I guess I'm now out the original shipping for that original order, plus now the discounts that they get by placing this new order. Like, great, wonderful, wonderful. And of course, eBay is going to hold the entire original order price value on my account, despite if I were to give a refund, eBay would have to return the fees. So eBay's basically holding more money than I would actually have to return, which is rather stupid. Because they're withholding basically all of their fees too, despite already having taken those away from me. It's like, why are you now withholding like double fees and such? Huh? Shouldn't that be from you? For when this refund occurs, isn't that going to be coming from you back to me anyway? Oddness. Anyway, enough ranting, raving about stuffs and things. Shapes 2. We are at the end. We are going to continue our playthrough. We have 2 more crystal tasks to complete, while the Make Anything machine slowly chews its way through the remaining regular tasks. We were in a bit of a race to see if I could have the Make Anything machine finish all of the regular tasks by the time I finish the crystal tasks. It is looking as if I may finish these crystal tasks before the Make Anything machine does finish task 32, meaning I get to help the Make Anything machine, probably by building additional Make Anything machine. That might be the easiest way of doing things. Pretty sure we ended by like finishing this particular shape. So the next 2 tasks I kind of have to wait for, but I can begin working on both of these tasks because this corner and this corner are separate from this one and this one. And these are pretty much reused from this task. They're from here. I will need to make an edit because this is a setup that required building this by this half and this half, and having each quarter built separately and combining the 2 halves. That means that for these pieces that have the holes, I had to mirror which side the layer 2 crystal that's designed to be broken spawns. I had to shift where that extra trash border ended up on here, because I have to swap into this corner for this one, and I have to swap into this corner for this one, so when it cuts the layer 2 crystal, I need to make sure that layer 2 crystal is here on this side and here on this side, so to the left of this one, to the right of this one. So I have to undo that for the next task, because the next task is not a mirrored setup, it is a radial setup. So it is rotational So the two need to be identical, whichever way I go about it. So that's this section here, making that yellow corner, and this section over here makes this bottom left yellow corner, so I have to undo this one to be consistent with this one. Anyway, why did I have those down here? I don't know. I don't know why I had those down here. Because the last task will need crystal breaking of 2 layers, and that's what those are for. It's for that last task. But for now, I need to make this corner twice. So I will need stars, gears, and circles. Stars, gears, and circles. Where do I have stars, gears, and circles? Stars, gears, squares. I know there are circles somewhere nearby. Huh. Stars, diamonds, and circles. In fact, I have stars being mined and not being used, and I have diamonds or gears, and I have these that I can add. Alright. Then I need color. Let's see, the circles need to be purple, magenta, painting, those need to be magenta. Yes, I need 2 of them, and only 2 of them. The gears down here. I need 2 that are, what, yellow and 2 that are white? Or, no, 2 that are blue and 2 that are white. And then stars need to be red. Well, that's red mining. That's doing absolutely jack all. So you're being brought up. This is also red mining. That's doing jack all. I know that's way more than I need, but whatever. Hello? Are you going anywhere? There. I'm not sending you anywhere. You're like, just actually not going anywhere. Because this whole thing is no longer necessary. Well, I guess I have color here that I can move down. Cool. Let's get you brought over. Which one is the magenta? Of course it's 4. Of course it's the 4th one. Alright, there's the magenta. I'll need white out here, which I think is the first one. Ship the green that way. Oh, I've got each color. Interesting. Put the white in, and I'll need blue. Hello, blue. That'll do. Alright, and then I have to combine everything. Stack everything. Where's the... Okay, that's pinned. So I'll have to add that here. Yeah. That. Pins. Alright, now where do I want these to go? Probably here. Is that enough room for my stacking? I can pre-stack these. Now what's the order? Blue is first. There's the blue. Just taking it sweet ass time. Okay. Pull this in. Pull that in. Oh. Right. What, Oh. I can do that. Okay, stacking. Where's my... that? I have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I could have done this on a 1 by 1. Oh well. Oh, there we go. Okay, now... Wait, did I only... Oh, there's that. Alright, so for each of these, I will be sending out... I'll be sending these to, I guess, on trains? And they will be pre-processed, cut into quarters. And then swapped in. Alright, trains. That'll go here, I suppose. Although I'll likely be modifying this for this first thing. Still a bit more to go on that. So now I'll look at these and try to make the specific corner shape out of these. So what do I need now? Interesting. So that's actually 2 layers being added. Meaning that this input will be 2 layers. Meaning I need this there to add a 2-layered, or to add 3 layers of the trash total. Not you. Yeah, so I'll need to add 3 layers of trash for these 2 plus this to form that crystal, that blue crystal. And I guess everything will be blue. I don't know if I have excess blue, enough excess blue for this. Maybe? I'm not using layer 3 at all. Yeah? Oh, I'm not even using layer 2 at all! Or layer 1 at all of this blue. I see. Well then. You can absolutely be brought in those locations. But While I do have enough for another layer 2, I will need to modify this. Be a layer 3. Bringing this in will be a pain. That's how I run the belts. It's a bit far away. There. That'll do, I suppose. I could move it another tile up. And yeah, let's not forget I need that. Twice! Alright, do I have enough blue to do this twice? Not if I'm using layer 2 at all. Alright, blue. Alright, there we go. That's done! Okay, now. This one. You need to take that. Break all that. Paste that back. No longer need any of that. These pieces. Well, I guess now what I need to do is not bring that in. And I guess this will be where I do the cutting. That's all that's really needed. Whoa, not you. You stay. You go. And that's actually this train line. That's gonna be these dudes. Why did I? Why did I break that? I don't know. I do not know why I decided that I would break that. Now what I do know is I think I've got some yeah, not intended shapes here, so I will trash the stuff for now. Those are intended. Those are top right now. And yeah, all of this needs to clear. Okay, that loaded. Ah. I see. Okay, that's cleared. We're all cleared. Now swapping. Forget all the rotation. I have to rotate these. What? Alright. That's a limitation I absolutely hate. That's just one of those things where you cannot have a four-way intersection where you have two that go in and two that go out. See, I am constantly trying to do this. Not really constantly, but I very frequently end up in that situation and having to adjust because I can't have two in, two out. The game just doesn't allow that for some weird reason. Oh, the print is done. I can clear that from the window now. This needs to be rotated when it eventually arrives. I'm sorry, did I just get rid of this corner? Answer, yes. I just replaced these. I wasn't supposed to replace those. I wasn't supposed to replace those. So, how far back does the undo go? Not far enough. Alright, we're gonna have to rebuild and stuff. Right. Sure. These also need to be rotated, I think, 180. Yeah. I need to rotate. I'll need the opposite rotator for this. Okay, for this one, it is identical, actually, so just grab the whole shebang. Identical but different rotator here. So I still have all the stuff I need to make the that 2-layer crystal with the red squares. And I still have red squares, you know? So it's not like I can't do that. Okay, where's my... this? Bigger, do that. Back. And down to here. Alright. Well then. Oh, wells then. That means that down here, I'm going to need those again. Pinning. Double pinning, yes. This is going to need white. Oh, I see what I was doing. Well, at the very least, I'm going to need those white squares brought in, and then I will add here the magenta circles. So I need magenta circles in here, aka more magenta circles. Okay, and then in here I will need the red squares and white squares. Yeah. Okay, red squares are getting made over somewhere. Yes, over somewhere yonder. In here. I'm going to use a different line color. To send down to there. Now get rid of the layer 1. Whoops, there. These are going to be using layer 3. Specifically. And these use layer, what, 2? Okay. Then... oh yeah, and I need to route all the trash in, all that good stuff. Thinking, how did I do this? Red square bottom. It's not you. It is actually this. Let me look at this. I think it's actually not this logic at all. It's this logic. Except that this input is now here instead of here. Because I don't need those inputs. Guess I'm redoing like everything here then. Stacking. So what am I stacking? 2 trash, 3 trash. There's going to need to be leaping. Lots of leaping. The color is yellow here. Which thing is yellow? I think yellow's the second. Wait, where are you going? Oh. Yeah, I can send the blue and the white. Yellow is the second, yes. Don't even need to really the white for this. Of course it's 1 and 2. Okay. Garbage. I need garbage. So those two aren't used. These two aren't used. So those are the ones that will be used down here. Oh, and I'll need more. I need 2 each for these. I need 4 more. Wait, that's done. Grab you. Right, 2 more trash belts. Can't really use that anymore. So I'll have to use these. Alright, let me see here. That is correct. Which means this should also be correct once I get deliveries. adequate deliveries. I just need to add white circles. White circles? No, you don't have white circles. You have magenta circles. You have magenta circles. Magenta circles and white squares. So I need white squares on layer 3 here, and I need the magenta circles coming in on a separate line. Alright, so white squares. Okay, where am I getting white from? These trains have white available. I also have a whole bunch of lines. So I can pull that in here. Pull, I guess, the blue line. As a blue one comes through. Great. There's plenty of colors. Okay, these need to be layer 3. Load a train, load a train. This should finally get this next delivery. So let's see, back here. So, that is that. See how easy that is? Once you understand the logic. Oh. Neat. Now grab all of that, copy it, paste it down here. That's what we have here. That is correct. This will soon make its thing. Oh. What? There. Make that thing. Yes. You are in need of the magenta circles still. So let me make and send those magenta circles. Yes. So up here, I have magenta circles. I need more. I need a 2 more. M-O-A-R. More. We need more. But these other 2 are going onto a train. Oh boy. Right, and I need to go back because I need to have multiple lines. Excuse me. There you go. That will do. That will do nicely. Not red up there, obviously, always. Just to make sure that I got those white squares. Yes, they are made. They are going to be loading very shortly. And there's white squares coming in. Those white squares built that. I'm just thinking, is that will work? Yeah, that will work. We're 3 layers high. So I need to add 2 layers. I need to add 2 layers of trash. And not 3. I mean, it's not going to matter that whether or not I did 2 or 3 because it'll just trim off the top. But yeah, that will work. And the reason that will work, showing from here, is because, while yes, I do have this extra shape down there, the point is when this gets cut, it will cut through the layer 2 crystal, and since that touches all of the other crystals, it'll delete everything. It'll delete everything. As long as that's maintained with solids the whole way, that's all that matters. That is all that matters. Alright, make anything machine. Make me that. Make me that pin thing. Then once the magenta circles make their way in here, they will stack on top of the white squares. And it'll crystallize again, and what's going to happen is there's going to be a 5-layer blue crystal on the side that's directly diagonal from my intended shape. That is fine. What is there does not matter at all. It has absolutely no bearing on what the intended shape is. Wait a minute. You're being pinned. I don't want you pinned. This is pre-pinned. Dang it. I forgot. I forgot when I did my copy-paste that I had pins. This is not to be pinned. Shoot, that's gonna take a while to propagate. Yeah, that's a problem. Clear all that. Yeah, that came in pinned, and that shouldn't have been pinned. That put the blue somewhere that I absolutely did not want it or need it. Any hoozles. No. That's not how this... Whoops. Hope everything works out correctly once we do get the intended thing. coming through. Because this task is already 5400. I know that this is correct. Woohoo. Why are you not moving? No color? Why you no color? Sigh. Duck. So now we're just waiting on magenta circles. That's all I'm waiting on now. Just the magenta circles. Tempted to make more to speed it up, but that's not necessary. Okay. Just freeing up some performance resources. These colors are still necessary, though. Up. Ta-da! Cleaned. We're starting to get those. That is correct. So now the main thing is just getting the magenta ones here. It may take a little time because I have to get specifically the green train line will need to pick up before the red, so there we go. That guarantees now. Looks like it would have been a green anyway. It'll lead down, it'll deliver the circles here now, since this still has some buffer. Now the other half should just end up being radial rotation of this, which is exactly what we need for this shape. Right here. So that's what we're going to end up with, is this rotation of this shape. With the double gap. The double crystal break. With the crystal on top. And it's been delivered, so now it's stacking. It's crystallizing. There we go. As I said, it ends up with this 5-layer trash of crystal, but all that matters here is that this layer 2 extends here. This is the key to making this whole thing work, is that this layer 2 crystal extends over here, and it's, on layer 1 as well. So when I cut this way, it cuts through that. It breaks every single crystal that touches it, so it breaks this whole set of 5, plus these 2, plus these 2. But it leaves this one intact because this one is isolated from every other crystal. Of course, those 2 drop down. These don't drop. Everything stays here. This is the anchor to this. It keeps everything connected properly. Those are now coming in. Oh boy, that's done. Copy that shape code. Now these are tasks, not milestones. So once they're done, that's it. It's done for good and forever. Now we're getting the first set brought down. God, I hope that works. And it does. There it is. The shape we've made, matching the intended shape. It's just a little different rotation, but it works out because it's radially symmetric. You just rotate it. Alright, that We're not even halfway through the normal stream time. But that is the end of 36, task 36. That's everything for task 36, which means I have officially beaten the Make Anything machine, because I know that this, as what I've built here, will give me 16,000 of this last shape that I built before the Make Anything machine is capable of getting through all of this mess, plus the last step of 30. Meaning what? That I could build these myself manually, or I can make more Make Anything machine. You know, I could double the Make Anything machine. The issue is, like, all of the input logistics. That's what takes the time. Is all of the input logistics. Yeah. Because this mess of a station here, of a transfer station, it's all designed to fill up the trains correctly to send to the Make Anything machine for each layer. So it's like, oh, I have to copy this and paste it down twice wherever. Then I have to copy like that extension. Like overlay. And deal with the frame rate issues. That's what I have to think about. I just have to deal with the frame rate issues. And I have to think about, okay, I also need an actual factory for the pins. So pins have their own factory, and they go onto their own trains. Like so. That is at a source shape. Yeah. Just whatever trash I have available as a source shape. And whatever colors happen to be around for this. The what? I just noticed that was missing a thing. Alright, and then which line? What's line? The bottom, that one that goes around. Yeah, there. It does not matter. As long as all of the solids make it to all of the solids, and all of the fluids make it to all of the fluids, it doesn't matter what the order is. Because it's smart sensing on here. The valves detect what's in each thing. and the gates, all the gates detect. So then, again, do this again over here. Ugh. Alright, there. Two of these. Okay. It's a shame that that shape is being covered by so much. Yeah, it always sucks when the base shape gets completely covered like that. But let me think about this. Let me look at this. What do I need? It's basically the exact same kind of a setup. Gosh, do I not have a single location where it's just normal? Why is it always offset like this? Alright, we're at the point where it would normally be the halfway mark for the stream, but today my intent is that this will be an extended stream. But we'll... Oh, I see what I know what I was doing. I was trying to make it so that the... so that these don't have to wait on that other station. And that means I can bring that tile closer. But that is what I should do. That's squares, circles, more circles, stars, squares again, stars again, and now I need to find 2 gears. All that's left is gears. Or diamonds. They're diamonds, what they're called internally. Okay, there's one. That's 1 diamond. I guess if there's any over here near this guy, might be better to use that. Oh, I'm not seeing any. Hello? Diamond? Diamond? Diamondo? Oh, hey, that's done. Diamond, diamond, I am blind to the diamonds. Plenty of stars. Plenty of squares. Plenty of circles. Wow. I just happened to pick a spot without a pure diamond shape anywhere nearby. Okay, I just saw this one. And as I've said, it doesn't really matter what goes where, as long as they're all these five. These five. So, yeah, these. So regardless, as long as I've got square, going to square, we're going to that, circle, diamond, star. Okay, next, circle. Now this goes all the way over here. Next, square. That diamond was here. And the extra star was where? Where's that other star? I know I placed a second star. Or did I place a second star? Uh-oh. Did I place a second star? I mean, there's plenty of stars, it's just I only see the one. Well, I'll assume I only placed the one then. Come over here, find a star. Pure star. Uncolored pure star. Okay, then the colors. How much of each color was necessary? 4. Yeah, it's 4. And then loaded onto trains and sent to each of these. All right then. Trains. fluid trains. I don't actually have a blueprint for fluid trains, but whatever. Is fine. Where was I? Here. The red's a little small nearby. Yeah, the reds are small. That works. You are facing the wrong direction. Blue. Now, repeat for this. So what do we have over here? I think that's a good blue. This is probably a decent red. Apparently not. Was much easier than I was anticipating it would be. Blue. Green. And of course, red. Theoretically, that should be all of the everything that I need for this. So now it is simply a matter of connecting the outputs. Oh, there's the star. There it is. Hello and goodbye. It's like, there's star number 2. I knew that I did 2 stars. Alright, now where in the world? Autosave. There. That takes me to the vortex. Yep. Spurs! That takes you to the vortex. The shapes are slowly making their way through. And onto the thing. So that now has doubled the throughput of the Make Anything machine, taking us from what would have been 8 belts now to 16 belt equivalents. If the game was updated, it would actually be that much, but I do not believe at this point that that there has been an experimental branch push for the next 0.0.9 update, which would fix a bug in the game that will make it so that I do not actually have like the full potential 16 belts of throughput that I should have. There is a bug where if we are not actively looking at things such as the pipe gates, there is a specific issue with the pipe gates right now. If you are looking away from them, they do not actually give you the throughput of 1800 liters per minute. It is an incorrect throughput. It is less than what is reported by this number. So that lack of fluid limits the overall throughput you can get. It's like half or 2/3 or something like that. It's not kind, to say the least. It is not kind. Now, we ended up doing that before I even got the full 16k here. I was like, okay, sure. We're still gonna be playing until I clear this, but at this point, since it would appear as if we're not even going to reach the 3-hour mark today, I will still owe 2 extended streams, because it just makes sense to end things off where it's appropriate to end things off. And since we're not going past 3 hours today, we're going to end once we clear the last task. That will be where I call it and do my conclusion and such from there. And it'll just be an earlier stream than I anticipated. I thought it would be another, it'd be more than 3 hours, but apparently not. Apparently a little over 2, but not even quite 3. But that's okay. This will be the end of this particular series, and it will be the end of Shapez 2 for now, until they release additional content for the game. I did not play the normal scenario, but yeah, it's a bit too easy, I would think. I think that normal will be too easy overall. I don't think it's going to be adding anything to the experience to go through and cover normal scenario. We played through the hard scenario, we played through the hex scenario, and we have now played through and completed the insane scenario, and have the ability to let it go infinite levels, infinite operator levels at this point, because we have a Make Anything machine that could do any of the random operator levels, and I'm going to assign it to the crystal tasks, operator level 2, or second random operator tasks. Here, these guys. Right now it's just a single layer object, but it'll grow until it's all 5 with pins added as well. After like level 50 or so, that's when it starts adding pins. Level 50 of the actual operator level task, the actual task here. And as it turns out, this number isn't actually like live. It's not a live indicator. It's it's a guess. It's a guess. That's all it is. It's a guess, as determined by the developers before the game launched. They think that people who reach level 123 are in the top 1.5% of worldwide. That's what they think. It is very likely inaccurate. It is probably vastly overestimating. As in thinking it's higher than it should be. I would be surprised if this is even top 5 at this point, considering how actually easy it is for these operator levels. Now, very specifically, this is operator level for this scenario as well. And wasn't there a thing about if you report, like, if you're level 100 plus? Was it 100 plus? There's something about on the Discord getting some recognition if you're above a certain operator level. I thought I saw something about that, but yeah, I don't care. I don't care. We actually beat 100 in the normal operation of things. So that's the end of the Task 36. Yeah, woohoo. No more Task 36, which means that this entire zone can now be destroyed. But I just want to like bask in the glory of conquering these crystal break tasks. All these breaking tasks. It's like I get the logic now. The thing is, my solution works. Yes, my solution clearly worked by splitting the shape into each quadrant and building each quadrant with the intent that we're going to swap in another quadrant, an intended quadrant. And this seems to work well with crystal breaking. This logic could also work with any normal shape and crystal breaking. So it may not be as difficult to build a make anything machine that's capable of this. But the issue with how the game has designed the logic system for reading the shapes, you can't really read an entire corner at a time. It's layer by layer, and you have to you have to make certain checks as well for it. It is a little bit harder programmatically to do this, even though I worked this out in a way that looks like it's fairly programmatic and it could translate over. The actual translation of this, given the language that the game is using with its wire system, it's a bit more difficult than it would seem. And I don't even want to get into what it would take to figure out when you need to break a crystal, which, by the way, it will never happen in these random shapes. In the current state of the game, the random operator level tasks, this task line will never require you to break crystals. It will not happen. In fact, this line doesn't ever require the use of swapping, full stop. Still though, if you were to want to make a Make Anything machine that would be capable of making shapes that require a break, a crystal to break, it is possible, but it's a lot of extra logical steps that I don't feel like solving. There we go. That took a second to process. Anyhoozle, copy that shapecode. Get ourselves over to here. Paste that down. I can delete that workspace now, since I don't need to do anything up there anymore. Ah, frame rate. I like frame rate. Frame rate is awesome. So now we have 4 builds of a Make Anything machine. It's still waiting on colors to buffer through. Huh. Interesting. I thought it needed just the 4. Huh? Oh, I have 5. I see. I have 5 of the red, but here I have 4 green. Ah, 5, 6, 7 green. Right. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blue. Wait, how much do I need? It's 6, isn't it? Like 5 or 6 in reality. So, right, I need more color down here of all of them. I think it's just a 2 for each color. That I need in addition. And I will just combine. Just have to make sure that I combine these after the train stations. Do the same over here. You know, that would help. All the way over here. So where are colors? So there's reds and greens. Where was the blue? Here. Reds. Greens. Alright, that should be what I need for the colors now in these, because I seemed like I didn't have enough colors for these to get going. Didn't have enough of the colors for it to get going. So you can see how it's like not quite full throughput here. That's because of that issue with the pipe gates, with not like actively looking at the region. So if everything was operating smoothly, fully, this thing with only 4,000 being required would be shipped with the very first cartridge built in all 4 of these Make Anything machines. It would be finished off of just 1 cycle. This one would take 2 cycles of the full thing at 5,000, and so on and so forth. But still, though, we're just gonna talk and watch it as it goes through all of these remaining outstanding tasks, all of which involve pins, all of which I could build myself, but I don't need to, so I won't have to. I don't want to do it myself when I've got a machine that can do it for me. Reminder again that this is a blueprint that was available and is available on the official Shapez 2 Discord by the user Rue. They say compact, connectable, crystal, and random operator shapes. Which is all true, but good luck figuring out what the actual logic is that's going on in here because it's been built so compactly. It can be difficult to parse out and understand what's going on in here. Like, it's using simulated half destroyers. Why? Well, probably something is happening for it to need a simulated half destroyer that gets rotated and then stacked on top of itself and then transmitted over here, and then that. So it's taking in the signal. So this is a check. Actually, this right here, this checks if what you're getting matches this signal input. This gets sent up, it's rotated, it's thrown through a half destroyer that stacks the half on top of itself. If there's no like throughput or anything, it's literally just splitting it, flipping it in half, stacking it back on top of itself. And it's doing the same thing here. It's just starting with the 180 rotation and then half destroy the other half, stacking it on top of itself. Which basically it's making the like 180. It's making the 180 rotation for each side. It's like, okay. Well, that's done. Next. Configure. There. You see, this no longer matches the intended object. Because here now the intended object is this. This here. We need cyan full circles. Yep, clears out the trash. That's something that this reports that it does a little bit more efficiently than most other making machines, which is clearing out the old shape as it works on making the new. Interesting. So it's going to send in a piece that already has 2 pins? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to send in a piece with the pins already on. Yeah, this is adding pins. Interesting. Yep, it's stacking pins on, and this is going to go over, and it will stack on these semicircles in white, and I'll make this piece. I apparently have a dolly. Hi, Dolly. When did you get here? When did the kitty get there? There's a kitty back there now. Hello, pretty girl. Alright. So how are we doing? Doing alright? As we are basically at the end. Gee, it does take a few minutes here just to get through each of these layers. This is very similar to the Make Anything machine that I built. It's using cutters and rotators. Wait, cutters? Potentially using cutters, I see. It's using... Okay. So it's swapping into itself and making itself. Sure. And then ensuring everything has the correct rotation at the end. It's like it can do this, or it can do this. To make individual quadrants. Yeah, so I didn't use any swapping mechanics at all in what I built for a Make Anything machine. I didn't want to think about that. Oh hey, it's yeah, it's kind of launching them into each other. That's the other point I want to make, is that the developers have said that they want to make occlusion a thing with belt launchers. I don't know if they're going to prevent this from happening, but they do want to prevent launching into or through supports and solid objects that you have built. Because right now you can leap through factories, through actual factory buildings, and through other belt supports. That's apparently on the chopping block as something that they don't want to have happen with the launching, but I don't know how feasible it is to do it in the first place. Like, this would break. This would immediately break right here, because this wire receiver will occlude this launcher from launching if they were to fix this. The thing is, we have it this way now, therefore there are a lot of builds that use this, a lot of blueprints that use this, and a lot of people have learned this. I think that it's going to be a tall order now to have people accept not being able to do this anymore. I think that this is what we're used to now. This is what we have. Trying to take that away is going to make you look evil. So, yeah. I say keep it. I say it's fine. It's fine. So what? It clips. So what? What does it matter? You can do so many interesting things because it clips like this. And make builds so much more compactly because it clips like this. There's so many neat things that you can do with the launcher mechanic. Because it behaves the way that it currently behaves. If they take that away, it makes it less interesting, less unique, less fun. That's just my opinion. I think it's a bit less fun if you take away the ability for the objects when launched to clip through whatever's potentially in the way. Speaking of which, this is getting progress. And the next ones will take longer still. Maybe I should build things, huh? Myself. That's interesting. We could do something like that. Let me think about this a little bit. So I'm going to need some bare pins. go down. Where did I do those bear pins? Here. We would need circles and stars. And diamonds. Diamonds, stars. Circles way out there, that's fine. Seriously? There. Okay, that's done. Copy that. Go there. I'm sorry, what did I just copy? That one. Okay. We're doing this one ourselves, which is not going to get progress towards it because it's like the last one. But I would just like to do it in this way. And give me color. Okay, that's bare pins, layer 1 pins, which, yeah, I'm totally gonna do for this one. It's so much easier to work with bare pins when you have a top layer bare pin like that. For colors, I'm going to need white, red, magenta, and blue. I'll need a color mixing build, which I no longer have, actually, on the map. Color mixing corrected. Is this corrected, though? Yeah, that's all. That's all right. Green. Let's do trains. Not that kind of train. This kind of train. Oh, what the hell happened there? Sigh. Back we go. And then unloading. This is only 2 layers. And it's only loading 2 layers. What the hell? Boogers. Did I never save that build? I never saved the build. Great. Wonderful. Alright then. We're going from scratch! Isn't that wonderful? Well, it gives us something to do anyway. So the truth of this build is that while I want 2 belts of output, I don't need as much of the input as I'm providing it. So for the color mixers, the reality of the color mixers is that if I have 8 like this, I get 2 pipes. Or I get double the output for the input. What am I thinking? Buildings per fluid launcher 2. Max fluid production, it says 900 liters per minute. But it uses half. It's 8 to make one belt, but it only one full pipe of 4 belts. It's 8 to make 4 belts equivalent, but it only uses 2 of each input color. So this pipe is only using 2 of its 4, and this is only using 2 of its 4. And that's the dirty little secret behind this. Now for the white, it's a little bit different. The white will need twice as much of one color as it will the other two. Well, it's a little bit weirder than that, but a point stands. Am I not actually bringing these colors in? I'm on colors. So if I have one of these, it can go into 2 of those. This isn't compact or anything, but it's functional. And it's meant to be functional. That's going to use 4 belts of red, 2 of blue, and 2 of green to make 2 of white. or 2 pipes of white makes 8 white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is at ratio. That is at ratio. Proper and correct. And it should all be at proper and correct ratio. Meaning I'm now going to save this as proper color mixing, proper and correct ratios. And yes, it's all using layer 1 stuff. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's blah. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green. But 8 red. And it's all only layer 1, meaning that of all of this mining that I'm doing, well, that's 4, and that's 8. And that's 12. Did I do the math right? Hold up. No, that's, excuse me, 4, 4, so 4, 8, 10, 4, 8, 10, 4, 8, 10, and then 4, 8, 12. So, if I wanted to simply feed this, all I would really need would be 1 set of 3, all outputting on layer 1. I guess I didn't include the output train station, which I should have. Okay. Next. Interesting, this hasn't gotten any progress yet. Next up is I need blue and red brought in to a centralized location where I'm going to be doing this building. I will need stars and circles and gears. Stars, circles, and gears. There's stars. Thought I saw, and there's some circles, and where was the gears? Where were gears? Don't know. Don't think I can afford to care either. because I will bring them by train if I need to. Oh, there's more stars. Gears! Where are the gears? Diamonds! Diamonds! There's Diamond. Hello, Diamond. Man, those are already on trains. Okay. Good. Okay. So what do I need to make this thing? Let's bring in the circles first. So who are circles here? These are the circles. I need circles, and I need blue. Well, I know I'm mining way more blue than I need, but... when there's blue right there, it's so much easier to just import it that way. Same with the red. Alright, we're gonna paint 2 circles blue. Speaking of blue, I also need a square in blue. Where do I have the squares? Squares are here. I need the squares in the blue. I'll need 2 red circles. Okay. How do I actually want to do all of this? Layer by layer? And that just be layer 1? Layer 2 just needs the star in white. Layer 3 is just pins. A pin, technically. Layer 4 is all red stuff. So it actually would be of my best interest for level layer 3, or layer 4 here, to build the shape and then color it, paint it. And the top needs to be crafted. Just whatever. Just give me access to my shapes and give me access to my colors. I know. Wait, you're diamonds? They're diamonds. I didn't want this to be diamonds. I wanted that to be squares. Do I not have squares? Oh. Okay. Now I have squares. And there's the diamonds. They can go in there. Oh yeah, it would help if there was actual train stops too. That would help. That would help matters. That would help a lot, actually. Alright. Well, this layer. Swapping. Yeah, that. Rotate. Actually, half of them do need to be the other way. Just... Oh, is it always opposite? Then it's fine. Okay. Then we're good. Autosave. How did I ever... There. Need to start working on the beginning. Am I even going to finish this last shape myself before the Make Anything machine can get here? Before the Make Anything machine starts working on it for me. Uh-oh. Where was I? Here. This way. Now it's just rotation. So much nicer when you can actually use all of the outputs from the thing, huh? Instead of having to dump so much of the trash. Yay! We did it! That's layer 1. Layer 2 is just a white star piece. Okay. Star. White. Painting, linear. Cutting quads. Ta-da! Okay. Stacking. These end up stacking on the square corner, so those need to be rotated by 180 degrees. Grab that, paste there, grab that, paste here, I guess. You. That's gonna put a bear pin on top of this guy here. And then layer 4 is red, but I'll need diamond and circle. Circle. Diamond. I'll need more circle. Here. And only circle. And white. Right, the red is from below. Alright. This shape, for layer 3, needs a gap. So I need to do an opposite corner cut. What? Oops. Ah! Stop. That. There. You need a quad cut. This one's a little bit more compact. Alright, stacking actually just works out. Sigh. Right, then that gets painted red. And pinned twice. Then I have to think about this next step. What's all the correct... Oh, yeah. Don't even need the rotation anymore. Not here. The question is, what's the correct rotation here? I think that's a 180. That is a 180 again. Yeah. So actually with that 180 built in, should be good. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost 1 o'clock already. So it actually has simply taken enough time for the Make Anything machine to get through these tasks. So, because of that, because we're going to be going over the hour, over the 3-hour mark, as odd as it seems, I have managed to extend it. We're going to try to go for the 4 hours, for the even more extended stream. Try. I'll try at least. There may be a point in which I say it's not good enough, or close enough. Okay, that's gonna make that, and that just leaves the layer 5, which is the 2 circles and the magenta star. Ah, so I'm going to need a star brought in. Along with magenta. Aha, that's finished. Next. Okay, painting. I only need 1 magenta star piece, and I need... Well, I'm gonna have, 2 of these. How did I... Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, that needs to be circles. How much of the white am I using? Just the 1? So there's more white available. Right, cutting / swapping for the opposite corners. Same as before. You will need to be cut to quads, but I'll do it from here. Okay. Same as... Actually, it's the exact same as before. Oh, why, hello. Hello, Mr. Ollie Cat. Ollie, I can't. I'm trying to align a thing. Here, have cat. There's cat. There's other cat. We got both the cats. Both the kitty cats are now here with me on this day. So... Yeah, that's kind of still in the way. Yeah, I can get it to at least fit there. That's gonna kind of just be the final shape, actually, so it might go somewhere else. It'll go down onto a train. That is not gonna need to be pinned. not have enough space here. Do not have enough space here. Better. Colors. No, I don't even need to paint. We've already painted. And then this stacks directly on top, so I no longer need to do this rotation either. There it is. That sends it to the vortex. At least it should, anyway. Yep. Ultimately ends up in the vortex. Well. Neat. Did I tell the thing to do this? Yes, it is. Slowly but surely. Is making the next part of this process. So it's making this one. We have made this last step. There's still these that I could do myself. There's actually quite a bit of overlap among all of this, especially since these all still need that same corner. Oh, so the red diamond ends up there, but red, yellow, and cyan pieces. I don't know. Don't know if I want that. Tail, Mr. Tail, back here, Mr. Tail, Mr. Tail. Well, Ollie Cat is my Ollie Cat. Yes, Ollie. He wants petting. Hey, your cat. Why do you want so much attention? Come on, get over here. Yes, I know, Mr. Ollie. Buh. Chair cat? Hello? Are you gonna be shoulder cat? Do I have to move now? Do I have to move now for shoulder cat? You. Mr. Purrs, he's purring. He's purring. Yeah. Headbutt. Hi. Yeah. Oh, there's Paw. Hey, there's Paw, there's Weight. You gonna put weight on my shoulder? Oh, good boy. My boy. Not Ollie. What's the matter, Ollie? Oh, gonna go. He's gonna go. He's gonna go. You shoulder cat. You shoulder cat. Yeah. Shoulder cat. There's the kitty. There's all the weight of the kitty. Booger. Hey. Mwah. Big boy. And the dolly back there, she's in the back. She's sleepies. But he's purries. He's purring. He's purring. Putting all his weight on a shoulder that's hurting. Gee, I wonder why I have pain in this shoulder. I wonder why this shoulder is in pain. I'm sure it couldn't possibly be due to a 14-pound cat constantly resting on that shoulder. That's actually not the pain that I feel in here. It's healing. It's very slow. It's been very, 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 very slow to heal, but it's reaching behind me. It's like trying to reaching backwards. That's the type of that's what's causing the pain, is reaching backwards, specifically in bed, reaching back to flip the covers off of me. Like, to get the covers off of me, because I sleep on my left side, I reach with my right hand behind me to lift the covers off of me so I can get out from the right. Because, my bed is just... My room is small, and the bed is a queen-sized bed, and I prefer to sleep on my left side, on that left, from my perspective, side of the bed, but my door is on the right, and there's not really that much space for me to walk around the bed from the left, down the foot of the bed and around to leave. There's not much space. It's much easier to just scoot to the right, but that means my bedding, when I get up, has to come off from my right, and if I'm on my left side, I have to reach back and behind, and that's the pain that I'm feeling. That's the exact pain that I've got going on. Anyway, so confirmed that that's correct. Right there, of the shape that I made just now. The thing about trying to make the other one before it is, well, yeah, this is going to start it before I can finish it. Unless I, just do some copy-pasting, maybe. And rerouting of trains. I don't know. I don't think I want to go that far. Why are you having throughput issues? Hello? What is with that? Why are you problematic? Oh, am I using this layer 1 stuff for... Yeah. For my circles. That explains it. I ended up using a different star input, but I didn't think of that with the circles, and it'll take a little bit to back up down all this line for that layer 1 that's no longer being utilized. There. That it's backed up, and now that one's backed up. So now all the throughput should equalize. I'll actually get the throughput I want out of this. Or everything should maximize. Maximum! We must go maximum. Max throughput must occur. Just a shame though, if I brought these in from below and put this on this spot, I could have had it be nice, linear, just 5 foundation sets, but oh well. I think I'm preferring building in this manner rather than trying to be super compact or anywhere near compact with building, because this has a logical flow to it where I have a distinct platform where I'm building this first layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, and fifth layer, just layer by layer. It has a nice logical flow to it. It's a different logical flow from what I've had to do for all of the crystal breaking stuff, and this is what we were doing basically the entire game. But trying to do it so like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, or even with the smaller ones, or trying to do multiple layers in a single foundation, or mix doing specific quadrants with, like, it gets messy quickly. It's very messy very quickly. This, very spread out, very not space efficient. Like, could I have done all 3 of these in one platform? Yes. Yes, I could do all 3 of this in one platform, but good luck with these inputs. There's only 3 inputs on a side. Now I could have used, because there's 6, I could have used 3 here and 3 here. Kinda, that would have worked. That could condense all this to 1. Then could I fit this with all of this? Maybe. It'll be messy. Very, very, very messy. But then I'd have 3 more inputs, and that's all of the inputs being used all the way around with that 1 output. So like, do I wanna? No. No, I don't. Yeah, anyway, the make anything machines are still spooling up for our new item here. Speaking of, I never really did check if these were working. Okay, that is not the shape, but that is, so it's gonna, yes, that has transitioned to the shape, so that one's working. How about you? Are you functioning? Yes, you are functioning. So all 4 locations where I have these builds are now accruing. They're now accruing shapes, the intended shape for that step. Neat. Very, very nice. So, what are my thoughts about Shapes 2, since we're nearing what will be a, at least a temporary end to the Shapes content. I will remind folks, if you have not watched my Shapes content from the very beginning, he's grooming. Also, you know, the whole reaching back thing. Yeah, gee, I wonder why my shoulder hurts from reaching back behind me. Gee, I wonder why my shoulder hurts reaching back behind me. Gee, I wonder why my shoulder hurts from reaching back behind me. From reaching behind me. Yeah, gee, Gee, I wonder why my shoulder is in pain, and why it stays in pain for so long. Anyway, this whole process began with Shapes 1. Actually, I wanted to play a factory game on the channel that I hadn't covered yet, and so because Shapes 1, a little while back, well, a ways back at this point, was given out through the Epic Game Store to everyone for free as part of their weekly freebies, I decided, you know what? It's time. So, played through Shapes 1. Played through all of the specific required shapes of the set shapes for all of the levels in that game. If you don't know, Shapes 1 was built using JavaScript. Yes, JavaScript. Very, very efficiently, but it has its limitations. It was, mine shapes, craft shapes, relatively simplistic, simple 2D graphic style, no multiple levels of building. It was all built on one level, one flat level. But still, it had its complexities. It had the circles, the squares, and the stars, but it also had windmills. It had windmills or pinwheels, and not diamonds. They have effectively replaced the pinwheels with diamonds. I don't know why. I wish they stayed, but unfortunately, they no longer exist. It is all gears now, rather than the windmills / pinwheels. And the mechanics, they were slightly different in how it worked mechanically with the layering of it than this, because it didn't have pins. It doesn't have crystals either. And it's pretty simple. You can get through it pretty quickly. I got through it pretty quickly on the stream. So that's a series of going through the regular Shapes 1. Then I installed the Shapes Industries mod, which is a bit of an overhaul with different target shapes along the way. It adds some new mechanics, a couple of new mechanics, and it makes other changes to certain buildings. So I played through the predetermined shapes, the pre-made shapes for that, for those predetermined levels, until eventually it gets to the point where it starts randomizing to keep advancing levels. Didn't really go into that at all. In fact, this series was the only time I've ever done a make anything machine, ever at all. Just waited for the end for that. So by that point, Shapes 2 was out for a couple weeks, week or two at that point, I think. So I got Shapes 2, I picked up Shapes 2, and we started playing Shapes 2. Started with the hard scenario. So you can find all of these as playlists on my YouTube channel in the and like all of the VODs from the YouTube broadcasts. So if you are on Twitch, if you go to YouTube, you can watch all of the past content, and they're in playlist form as well. So I have a playlist for the hard scenario, then proceeded to go into the, first thoughts about the hard scenario getting into this. It was okay. It was pretty easy. The only thing that I felt was fair for a hard labeled scenario was the final task, which I think is the only one that needs crystal breaking. So I think it's the only one that needs crystal breaking. I could be mistaken, but if my memory serves, that was the only one that needed a crystal break, and that was my first time going through and trying to get the logic set for a crystal breaking build. And that one I thought was fine. That one I thought was fair. That one took some thought, made some mistakes, took me longer than a normal stream to get that last step of that last task. That I think was the best one. I wish it was more like that For a hard scenario, to me, it felt pretty easy, especially after having played Shapes 1. And with the Industries mod, that is a little bit more difficult inherently. Then moved on to hexes. From that, my thoughts with the hex scenario. It's very repetitive, and it's very easy. To the best of my knowledge, it did not really involve crystal breaking at all in any of the tasks, which it very well could have needed crystal breaking. Like, I'm pretty sure that you can have shapes with hexagonal shapes that would require crystal breaking, and yet I didn't come across any, to the best of my knowledge. I don't remember any, and if they did, it was actually really easy to set up. But I don't think I had to crystal break at all in that entire scenario. So it really felt very repetitive, because it was pretty much the exact same solutions to everything. Which, that then gets me to this scenario. I mean, the hexes were fine. They unfortunately do not have as many hex shapes. There's one fewer. It does not have the star. It does not have a star equivalent in the hex scenario. It only has the circle, square, and gear. Well, diamond equivalent. They called that the gear. It's like, I don't even remember what they officially named it. I think one was called flower. It's hex, flower, which is the circle-based one because it's more teardrops, and then gear for the diamond hex. So it's only really those three base shapes, and mixing those three base shapes. So got pretty good at rotating and stacking and cutting. And, you know, most of the time with the hex scenario, it was best to just not work with a full base shape, but to work with shapes on the map that had fewer parts to it. But I thought it was okay. It's just, I don't think that it would qualify as, like, a hard. It's like normal. It's like a normal mode difficulty. It's what I would consider a initial difficulty level. I wish there was more difficulty levels of hex mode. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see more hex difficulty scenarios. I want to see a hard, and I want to see an insane hex scenario. I would love for there to be like an insane hex scenario that actually truly involves multiple shapes that need crystal breaks. In fact, multiple crystal breaks. That, I think, would be a great experience overall. But then we have this. We have insane, where I had my first foray into the Make Anything Machine stuff, concept. And while so, the best part of the insane scenario has been these previous few streams doing the crystal breaking tasks. That has been the best part of the experience of the insane scenario. Just full stop, that was the best. The issue is getting there. So these last four tasks are the best part, and I suppose also technically this milestone, because this milestone actually requires crystal breaking. Those are the best part. Most of the other stuff is unfortunately quite repetitive and tedious. I don't like that it is, but it's just a fact that a lot of these more complex shapes that it requires of you, of the non-crystal shapes, use very, very similar, if not identical, logic for each layer of the shape. And what's even more frustrating is that not only does it do that, it also uses the same logic across multiple different shapes and tasks. So you do end up using the exact same logic, the exact same blueprints over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And honestly, it's just boring. I get that they want you to reuse factories that you've built. That's part of the design philosophy, is that they want you to reuse previous factories. The problem is that that's fucking boring. And that this isn't a factory game at its core. Actually, it is a puzzle game at its core. It is a puzzle game with factory mechanics. That is what this game is. It is a puzzle game with factory mechanics, and I enjoy that it has the factory mechanics, but it's requiring the exact same logic. It's failing at its puzzle side by trying to force you to keep reusing the same factories over and over again, when it shines as a puzzle game. So, as I was saying, the initial part of the insane scenario felt really, really repetitive, because I felt like I have solved this puzzle already. Multiple times, in fact. And it's just different iterations of the same solution. Fundamentally the same solution, just different shapes and colors thrown into the meat grinder that you've built. Thrown into your factory. You throw different inputs into your factory. And voila, you've made the new intended shape. It pretty much, I think, wants you to do what I've done here, which is use a make anything machine to chew through all of the boring shit and make the crystal ones yourself, which is actually the not boring shit. Yeah. I think how I've played this must be the intended way, because otherwise it's actually super boring. It's actually just super boring. After the first couple of tasks, because it's oh, well, this is the exact same solution as I've previously seen. Let's use my blueprint again and 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 again. And it's also very reliant on swapping. Just by the way, the insane scenario, whole lot of swapping going on, whole lot of swapping logic. And once you do get the swapping logic and you've got some blueprints for the swapping logic at hand, yeah, swapping logic solves every one of the milestone objectives and tasks. Just simple swapping stuff. It solves it. It's solved once you understand swapping mechanics. And unfortunately, because it feels like it's solved, that it's a solved problem, and it just completely, utterly keeps repeating the same thing, hammering it over and over and over and over and over again. God, it did not feel good getting to the actual good part, which was the crystal tasks. Frankly, I wish the entire scenario was just the crystal tasks. I think it would have been better if it was just the crystal tasks. To be honest, I think if you've played enough, if you're willing to take on the challenge of the insane scenario, I think they should just have all of the mechanics from the beginning and just have you do the whole thing from having access to the crystal mechanics. That's just obvious to me. Actually give a real challenge through the entirety of the experience, you know, because a lot of the other the early ones, even like everything through pinning and even with pinning, it's like we've already seen this again and again and again. I mean, if it's your first time looking at this, why are you playing Insane if it's the first time you've ever experienced the game? Because it, like, even the game assumes that you've gone through it because it completely skips the tutorial stuff. Why it even has this as tasks, I don't even know. Like, why mechanically does it even exist here if it starts you with the first, like, 6+ completed already of the tasks? Like, why are there even completed tasks when you start the Insane scenario? They should not even exist here. Like, no. That simply should not exist. Like, why could you not design it so that the stuff that you wanted to have unlocked from the start is just unlocked from the start? Why do you have to, like, have this, like, exception where you start with a whole bunch of tasks already complete? It reeks of laziness in design, which I'm not for, but it's also early access. I get that it's because it's the easy thing to do. It was the easy thing to get thing out the door quickly. I think it needs to change. I think it needs to be updated to actually just not even show those tasks, even if that's how it's being done behind the scenes to get you the unlocks that you start the game with. We shouldn't even see any of the tutorial stuff. If we don't have to do the tutorial stuff in the first several tasks, they shouldn't have the first several tasks, and the numbers of the tasks should reassign based off of what you actually have access to and can do, starting from the beginning of whatever number list you want the number to start at, whether it's 0 or 1. In this case, they start with 1. So I think the first task that we actually were able to do was 7. Maybe it was, I don't even remember which one it started us at, but it wasn't like it unlocked a lot of them at the beginning. Just from fundamentally, like, as soon as you hit go, they were already done. And the first milestones, like, that's the other part of this, is like, if we don't have to go through the milestone 0 to 1 process, or the 1 to 2, or the 2 to 3, but you start us off on 3 to 4, I don't need to see any of this BS. This shouldn't be here if it was already done starting the game, like when you start the game. It makes you feel like you're starting the game in the middle of things when you're starting the game from the beginning. And there must be a better way of showing you that you have access to rotation and cutting, stacking, and second floor, the blueprints, and the space platforms than making it with all these checkmarks. There must be a better way. Speaking of which, looks like my build didn't even finish completely. By the time the Make Anything machine has gone to the end here, it'll take some time for the Make Anything machine's world to accrue a step, so I think by the time they accrue a step, this might be pretty close to done, so I think they'll only really have enough time to get through one cycle of this, and then I can set it to the random shape, and we can actually just look at the random shape for a little bit here as it goes through the random crystal tasks on these, and see how quickly we actually end up going through those random operator level tasks. Because this needs, like, what, 2,000? Yeah, that's one cycle. That's one cycle of these, and it overproduces dramatically. Oh, boy. Yeah. So, that was, like, general thoughts on this insane scenario here. Yeah, I thought hard was overall a little too easy. except for the final task. I thought that hexagonal was exceedingly easy. And then insane, I thought was fine, but exceedingly repetitive. Up until crystals, in which then it's like, okay, we're good now. With crystals, like this is my expectation. It meets my expectation for an insane scenario with these crystal tasks specifically. Actually, I think it could be more difficult. I think it could be more, but I don't know. The whole thing with having 5 layers initially just ends up adding additional normal work. Like there's not much actually new that's added by having 5 layers, by having access to 5 layers versus 4. It doesn't feel like there's anything fundamentally different until you get to crystals between having 4 and 5 layers to things. And having 5 layers just simply adds more work, more steps, but it's not different logic, it's just more logic. And is more difficulty? No. No, it's not. More is more. More can be tedious very quickly when it gets to be exceedingly repetitive, which is what happens going through these tasks manually. If you're trying to go through the tasks manually, good luck. Good luck. You might want to just beeline wires and the large platform, frankly, like as quickly as possible to have a man in place to make anything machine and get that going just as quickly as possible, because yeah, it's way too repetitive. Until crystals are great. Crystals are fine for those tasks and those milestones, but not much else. Not much else at all. So I'm looking forward to the game being updated over time and improving upon these things. I would like to see for the game to improve upon things over time. That would be great. And there is time. This is early access. The things can change drastically. I would like to see more campaigns. Unfortunately, they're not going to work immediately on adding additional of this type of standard scenario, because the developers have very clearly indicated that they do want a new game mode that will try to require you to reuse factories more. And there's going to be a new platform type that's going to require certain inputs to make a certain output that you can't otherwise make, besides by throwing in stuff to make this output shape that's going to be unique to that platform system. And there'll be multiple tiers of this platform system. To which I'm like, sure, but I don't see how different that's really going to be, because now you're going to make part of the game being copy-paste central. Like, you're not really, like, the copy-pasting of the same factory over and over and over again is actually just tedious and boring, and a very bad part. I consider that the bad part of the experience. So if you're designing an entire game mode around that, I don't know how much I'm going to enjoy that experience, particularly, and I find it particularly annoying that the developers did state in that announcement that they are going to look at making that the default game mode for the default experience, which, no, I don't agree that should ever be a default game mode. If you want to make it, that's your prerogative. to make that. I can only say that I don't think that that's going to be a particularly fun game mode over time, like in particular. Just because I think it is going to be too repetitive, and I don't think that that's really what this game actually is. Even if that's what they want the game to be, it's not really what it is at its core. This is a puzzle game at its core, and if they want to add more factory stuff to it, to like making you repeat what you've already done multiple times to make some new shape, that then leads into other factories that will need that new shape, and it's just feels like it's adding exponential level of requirements for making later phase shapes that don't need to be, don't need to behave that way. Like, it's trying to add actual factory building level of scaling of basic stuff, of like basic shape production, feeding into this more advanced shape that you then can process further and use to get another more complex shape type, and so on and so forth. To which I'm like, just sighing, because it's like, okay, that's going to be repetitive. Yes, it's going to do what you want it to do by making people want to use their factories again, but the nature of this, where everything is free to build, it's like, okay, well, now I've pasted this thing a whole bunch of times. My performance is shit now because I've had to paste the same thing over and over and over again. For what? To have this new piece of shape, or that these new other shapes, and now we can do the same thing that we've already done with these new shapes. Just copy our factory over to the new shape to process the new shape the exact same way that we processed the previous things. I don't know how that's really any different outside of just making things like bloated more with more buildings. All I see it doing is requiring more buildings, and that's it. I don't see that adding any complexity at all that we don't already have. And I think it's going to be boring as a result. At least for me, I think that it will be boring. But we're going to play it when they release it. We will play it when they release it. Now there's other mechanical things that they're looking at. They're looking at adding things to trains, making the trains a bit more powerful, and adding potentially multiple layers of actual platform foundations, allowing up to 3 foundation layers, which that's fine and all, but again, getting into the repetitiveness thing, it's like, okay, sure, we can have these nicer compact builds, but ultimately, what are we going to use them for? What are we going to use them for? Actually use them. Why will we use them? Why will we need multiple, like 3 layers high of platforms? I mean, it would be nice, but why would they exist? Am I going to take a flat factory that I've built and now have 3 layers of it to meet a production demand for some new shape that I need to make that can then be processed to other things, processed in different ways? Maybe, who knows? But just required. Budding. And that is all of the tasks done, along with all the operator level milestones. In the insane scenario, officially, it is done. Now what we need to do, let's go over here. This transmitter. Actually, what I need is a receiver receiving that. So this will receive the random operator shape, which is the crystal one. So that will be the intended final product shape. And it will build it in this one. And now I don't have to touch this outside of clicking the operator level complete button. That is until the next patch is available for 0.0.9, where they will make this automatically switch to the next one for you. Which is required. It's not a good thing that this needs to be manually clicked when, you kind of, if you've gotten to this point, you've probably built a Make Anything machine. You've most likely built a Make Anything machine, especially if you're going to be doing the random operator levels to begin with. And if you have built a Make Anything machine, well, as it turns out, the concept of a Make Anything machine is that it is fundamentally automated. Meaning you don't need to be around at all. You can actually just let the game run. But if you need to click the button manually for each time that it accrues in order to switch to the next thing, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. That's no longer automated, now is it? So it needs to be, it needs to automatically move to the next thing for it to actually be a truly automated experience. But you can see it quickly has switched over now to this next random shape. And this will give me operator levels. So as nice as it's been being level 1, 2, 3, we're gonna be a level 1, 2, 4 soon. And then maybe a 1, 2, 5 after that. I think the gameplay of this is fine. It's good. It is a good game. I recommend this game, in fact, on Steam. I do officially recommend this game on Steam. It is a good game. It is fundamentally good. It is a far better game even than Shapez 1. But it has its flaws, and I wanted to make sure that I point out the flaws, particularly because it is early access. Not in spite of it being in early access. This is the time to make these issues known so that they can be addressed. Duh. That it is early access is only an excuse for certain things to be bad. You have to make sure that those are known, that those are talked about, so that they can be addressed, because it is a massive problem if they don't get addressed over time. This is the purpose of early access, is to identify aspects of the game that aren't fun, make it clear that they're not fun, and push for change. Because this is the time, realistically, where change is easier to happen. Is during the early access phase. Yes, I know that I'm complaining. It's to try to make it a better experience overall, and for things to change and get better. I would like to think for things to get better during the early access period. Do you not? Do you not want things to get better? over the early access period? Well, the only way for that to happen is to identify what's wrong and to talk about what's wrong, complain about things that are wrong. Like, duh. Obviously, we have to talk about these things. And yes, I think it is a problem that Insane scenario is exceedingly repetitive, all the way until crystals. Like, we shouldn't have to tell people to wait till crystals before it gets good. And I think the hexes scenario should be labeled as, like, normal, if not easy, because it is exceedingly not difficult. And see, we have to manually click the button to switch over to the next randomly assigned object, which is now this one, with white. It has white. It's a white crystal. And slowly over time it will add additional layers. And once we get to like level 50, it'll start adding pins into the mix. And like multiple levels of crystals as it goes along. Because there is a chance that it could spawn shapes that have the same color of crystal across multiple layers that are touching each other, and there is logic in this particular Make Anything machine that is designed to detect when there are multiple levels of the same color so that it can run the crystallization process once. In fact, it replaces the lower layers with pins so that when it does run the crystallizer in a later step, it will fill in the pin gaps. So it does have at least that level of added efficiency in this design. It's like, oh yeah, this isn't like the full baseline level of logic you need to make a Make Anything machine. It has elements that are designed for efficiency, added efficiency, such as, you know, if it needs the same color of crystal, then only crystallize at the end, you know, when you are at the point in which that at the highest level of that same color, you know. And then it also has, you know, the swapping in here. It has swapping logic in here. That's inherently designed to be a more efficient process than always cutting into quads and stacking everything together at the end, which is how I did it. I cut quadrants of every single piece, all of the 5 potential shapes, which included pins, base level 1 pins. In my Make Anything machine, I cut them all into quadrants and then stacked them to form the layer 1 shape. Well, I cut them all into quads, I painted them, and then I stacked them into place, rather than swapped them into place. And then I did my crystal stuff at the very, very, very end. I did the crystal stuff with the, like, layer stacking at the end, which is similar to this, but it actually is able to do it, like, on each step of the way, which is like, oh, well, yeah, I guess could do that too, maybe. Maybe. It also has all this space used just for the color mixing. It's like, I didn't do color mixing locally for my Make Anything machine. And mine made 1 belt and was, yeah, that big. Yeah, that's 1 belt of output for mine that I built. Yeah, this does 4. And you don't even really need these gaps in between. You don't need these. I added these myself so that I could make my logistics to feed it easier. Just by having these shorter trains. But you could have this all adjacent to each other But then your trains would need to be very, very long. That as the trade-off there. I didn't want to have a single long train to feed into this. Oh, there it goes. That's done. Next is this guy. Hello, this guy. Randomly assigned shape. This one uses magenta rather than white. So this should do that transition pretty quickly. Ah. I see. Interesting how it's doing this. So it's able to detect if it's two shapes, if it's two different shapes. It takes each one, a belt of each one, cuts it into the opposite corners, and then can swap them into each other to form the final product. So that's really what it's doing. And I guess it has another check then. For if it's more than one, or more than two different shapes to form the target shapes that it can cut, so that it can actually cut into individual pieces in here. Or maybe it's able to swap in the different shapes. Don't know. Probably within this rotating logic here. It's all interesting. I'm still trying to understand some of this logic myself. Alright, so as soon as these deliveries happen, because there's one going, another one should be on its way, like, very shortly. If not already. Oh yeah, you're done. So I can delete all of you. And also, by the way, you can't pin milestone shapes. That's something that needs to be changed. We need to be able to pin all of these operator levels shapes. We need to be able to repin them at will. Because they do go towards your operator level. I may want to have a machine making this, a factory making this. I may want to rebuild something that's more efficient to build any of these particular operator level shapes over time, and it kind of just sucks that we can't pin these in order to do that. Regardless, though, we are near the end of our 4 hours for the day. Yeah, I hope I've gotten my thoughts pretty clear here. I must say that I do enjoy the experience. I've really enjoyed this experience. Very much enjoyed this experience. And it is important that I also discuss the criticisms I have of the experience. So I did discuss that at length, what my criticisms are with this game in its current state. But I still think it is a fantastic experience overall. And I am firmly in the camp of, this is a puzzle game with factory mechanics. This is not a factory game. But like, at its core, this is a puzzle game. And it is annoying when the factory elements get in the way of it being a puzzle game. It can be very repetitive and tedious when the factory elements become repetitive and tedious and detract from the solving of puzzles, or when the solutions to puzzles end up being exactly the same over and over and over again. But regardless, we've made it through. We've made it through. We have survived insanity, and also gotten like pretty good operator level. You know, pretty good, pretty decent. When we come back on next Sunday, we will be playing Astronauts. That is what I've determined. Our next series will be Astronauts, a completely different style of game. Completely different style. In the genre of survival, I would say. Survival type game. Top down, somewhat 2D. There's 3D. The characters are like 3D modeled, but they're in a 2D environment, and a lot of the art assets are 2D graphics. But you're in space. You're a spaceship, like scavenger, hunting for loot on random derelicts, which is always fun. On Tuesday, I will record a couple of members-only videos and get those up as part of a current incentive program from YouTube, where they are going to pay me money for putting up 2 members-only videos before December 17th. So I would like to do that, because I would like to have that money, frankly. Though not officially sponsored by YouTube or anything. It's just an incentive to do something for adding members only stuff to get more people to be members, to pay YouTube to join memberships to channels. You know, that I think is their intent. But anyway, with that, I'd like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Shapez. If you enjoyed the stream and this series, be sure to do all the social stuff down below the video. As I said, will be back again on Sunday of next week after the US Thanksgiving time period. I hope to see you all then.